Okay. I'm over 3 hours late to my own stream. But that's what happens when I decide that I'm gonna get up at 8 in the morning and then go to sleep at 2 in the morning. I just don't get up. But okay. Welcome back to another design stream for At the Ends of Eras. So, I've been slowly piecing together a sort of formal design. I've been doing a lot of stuff, because I think... Did we do all of this last time? I've added some extra things, and I elaborated on some of these systems, but I think I've only been doing 1 day a week here, and weeks feel like they're going long now. No, last week we did some concept art. But this week I want to get back into the overall structure of the game, because basically I want to figure out two core problems that I have with the game. One is, how do we integrate the medium in a way that makes sense? Easy to develop. So, for those who don't know, basically the core conceit of the game At the Ends of Eras is it is an open world game where the main story is completely non-linear. Because you're not, doing some sort of major or main quest. Instead, the game, I imagine, is divided into several, major quests. And at the end of each major quest or during the quest, you get information about the main character's mother. And she takes that knowledge to a machine called the Medium to commune with her mother. And essentially, the Medium works by scanning her brain to understand her memories and her understanding of her mom to and then it fills in the gaps using whatever computer stuff it does. And so, basically, all that to say, you go around, you do quests, and then you come back to some central thing, either literally going back to it, or the game also lets you commune with her in your dreams. And so the question is, how do I make that structure clear to the player? How do I make it enjoyable for the player? How do I make them know when they can go back? Okay, that's the good question. So, they want to go back to the Medium. They know when they should go back. It's not massively inconvenient. Because that was the purpose of adding it to the dreams, because I realized an open world game where you just have to walk back to one location or a handful of locations every time you complete a quest, that's just bad game design. So that's why I added the dreaming, but sleeping was actually kind of a tacked on vestigial mechanic. You had to crouch and press use at the same time to sit down, and then you could press the button to sleep. Not a very well designed thing. I think what I'd do now is, let's get paint in here. I've talked about before, I think, I want to emphasize that the game has this kind of point and click interface. So let's say I don't have my keyboard here, or I don't have my tablet here, so I'm not even going to bother making it look good. Let's say anytime you're playing, you can bring down a menu, and it has your items here. So sleeping bag. Let's just say you bring a sleeping bag with you. And so basically now, it's not some obscure mechanic, it is you receive the item after you do some sort of tutorialization, or tutorial stuff, You know, you get the thing and then they're like, hey, if you're going to be traveling around, you should probably bring a sleeping bag. It can get cold. Or like you should bring like a tent or something like that. Actually, a tent would be more fun. So basically, Jackie can always have a little, like, tent to set up with nice camping gear and stuff. And it's just inexplicable. She just has it on herself without any sort of, like, gigantic backpack or anything. Because I don't need to bother with that. Because this also feeds into, I want to emphasize the, like, point and click interface. But okay, this would go into, let's go concept art, UI, new items, menu. Perfect. That's my cool new art. Because, yeah, I think I want to simplify that. But okay, I think that's kind of the answer there. At least for, like, this inconvenience. So basically, get a sleeping bag early in development. So they want to go back to the medium. I'd say probably what I need to do is have each thing that you do with the medium either be a conversation, so like more variations on the medium. So there can be conversation, playable mini adventures, like sort of like escape rooms or things like that. Because basically the way the medium works, at least right now, is you sit down in a chair and the medium activates around you and you're constrained to this one room. And I don't think that's bad. But, well, that was sort of an arbitrary conceit at the very beginning of development, and I'm not sure if it actually is useful. Maybe it is. Because it is useful from a storytelling perspective of like, okay, you sit in the chair and then things happen around you. And so that way, if things suddenly don't happen, or if things suddenly happen when you're not in the chair, it's like, oh, that's narratively significant. Like, oh, the medium is doing something weird now. I think I will keep that, basically. So, like, main constraint. You have to be chair. But in dreams, why would that be a constraint? In the chair for the medium to do things. Maybe there are things where you do actually just... where it is playable. I'm also thinking, should I just have fast travel back to the medium? Would that make life easier? Like you can go to a bus stop and then just go to there, and that way you can more quickly check. Because the only reason I don't have fast travel now is because I didn't want to bother making a UI for it. So I think they know when they should go back. So let's say for this. Bing bag to sleep. Commune in your dreams. And then fast travel. Because, yeah, I'm trying to think, how do we make this more interesting? Or how do we make this, I know this is true, actually. Like, there's different conversations. Sometimes let's say sometimes dreams have fewer constraints. And let's say the dream version of Jackie's mom tends to say more what Jackie would like to hear rather than what she believes would be true. Okay, this isn't going to be... I guess this won't be very easy to develop, but... I'm going to also say sometimes in first person. Yeah, let's say that. Yeah, they want to go back to the medium. I guess that's fine for now. I kind of lost my train of thought. Yeah. I'm thinking about too many things at once. Because, yeah, let's figure out when the player knows they want to go, or the player knows when they should go back. I think I do need a tab in here for Jackie's mom. So, like... Mom. Basically, it shows, like, connections to other characters. Properties, or let's say, basically potential leads. Jackie's thoughts. Potential leads, and then also, like, just a simple message like, It's probably changed when a new event is ready or her personality has changed by some metric. Okay, but how do we measure that? Like, what is the actual specific, like, change here? Because I know how to get events. So events are easy. Use the same event queue global variables as before. For personality, how do we measure? Because I don't want it to tell... I'd never want to say to the player, the medium's changed, and then they go there, and it hasn't changed enough for them to find it interesting. Because right now the medium has, like, sort of major personality layers. Yeah, new personality layer. Mark some stats as major stats, which change answers to important questions. Oh, also, I just remembered the thing that I wanted here as well. The medium can direct you to secret places or, yeah, to secrets or interesting quest things. So things like ruins, people who might know Jackie's mom, or I guess, like, significant... I think that'd be tricky to figure out without having written, like, the actual quests yet. Okay, I think this gives me enough, at least here, and let's just say it's convenient to go back. Fast travel near the medium, clear indications. Or I guess, well, we already have the indicator system. The notification system for new dialogue being available. That'll still be important, though. And I'd say, what if sometimes conversations are in first person? Either just for, like, the aesthetic, or there's maybe some specific reason that a conversation would be in first person rather than third person. I'm not exactly sure, but I feel like there could be some sort of implication to it, like, in-universe. Because I play with that at a few points. Okay, and I think... I've talked before about how the medium works. Oh, interesting. This is not the thing that I thought it was. Right. I did have that there's mechanics of the medium, so I'm going to copy these and then delete this. So like medium mechanics, let's say. In universe. Because yeah, I do like this idea. Basically what it was is the medium is 3 components. The scanner, which is what actually is reading your memory, it's the chair that you're sitting on. The projector is the room itself, and it's what manipulates objects around you. And then there's some sort of actor. And the actor is either like a physical NPC that is actually in the room being like visually manipulated by the projector. And the room itself, like the walls of the room, can like shift maybe. And the reason I want this is because there are other quests that use, like, these mechanics as well. Or they have, like, projectors and actors, and then you can, like, shoot the projector to, like, show the real version of what you're seeing. So we got language. What is this? Oh, yeah, it was going to be a dev diary. Or, like, dev logs. And then I never bothered actually making them. Oh yeah, and here's my notes for Portal that I made way back when. I did like a 2-hour playthrough and then like 3 hours of notes. Let's see, intro to Necropolis. Okay. Let's go through this diet. I think this one, I don't need that. Other mediums. Oh yeah, okay. That could be a good idea, to have other people using the medium. And her name is Tali now, not Tara. In fact, we could, I think that's fine. But okay, actually, I need you to take an early bathroom break. As usual. But I'll be back in like 10 seconds. Took me slightly longer than 10 seconds. I guess probably about 15. Okay. I think the main downside of this, of getting other people to use the medium, is that it'd probably be too easy. Well, I don't know. It'd be kind of annoying to coordinate, because then you'd have to get the person to go to a physical location with the medium. But it is an obvious thing. It's a thing that people will assume they can do. Yeah, I think it's something that I have to at least consider it, and I have to probably try at least a couple people. Yeah, I think what I need as well is easy to develop. I think what I need to do is I still don't have like a full timeline, and I still don't actually know where exactly Jackie's mom went to, so I think a full timeline of the medium, or of Jackie's mom. So this includes everyone she met, what they think of her, world events, potential misdirections, so like maybe other people who have the same name, inaccurate memories, conflicting historical records, Jackie's own biases. So yeah, this is something that I probably want to develop on my own. And then also, where she actually went. Because I like the idea, spoiler alert, that the player never actually finds out where their mom went. But I should actually know. And that's part of the reason that I would need to do this in my own time. Where she actually went, and also every possible answer. So I think I should just like make a full chart, because there's not going to be that many people, you know, because I've said before, it's probably going to be like 8 major quests, and the major quests are defined as ones where there's some significant change to what the medium has to say. And you're meant to be able to do those quests in any order. So what I can do is I can just think about, okay, how does this person know Tali? So, like, make a chart. So, like, what information does each person have? How do of information change the medium? How do different pieces of information react with each other? Or yeah, so what, because basically most people will have several bits of information, and you can get them, there's a fixed order within the quest probably, of like, you get more and more nuanced opinions from them as you do things for them, and as they like remember, or as they like are willing to open up about things, because they might start with like, you know, a generically positive, like, oh, I liked your mom, she was nice, etc. And then they get more complicated as they are comfortable telling you, I guess, less positive things about her. Or things that reflect poorly on themselves because of, like, the past or whatever. So yeah, I just want a big old chart. Like a spreadsheet. And I've done similar things to this before, but I haven't really... I really do need to do this first. And honestly, to do that, I need to do more research on people with similar lives. So that's basically Iranian Revolution. I think probably Afghanistan would be like the Soviet invasion. Also the Anglo-Afghan War, Soviet invasion, Civil War, and Taliban. And then we could probably look more for... I should probably also understand Yemen. Let's say daily life. Islamic Revolution. I've talked about it before. I need to like have quote-unquote practice to make making the thing easy. So yeah, this is stuff that I need to do in my own time, so that way I can like have a larger pool of information that I can draw from. Because that's been a huge benefit to Kitty Found a Camera being set in suburban America. It's because I know a lot about life in suburban America, so I can just use that information off the cuff rather than having to do research at every step of the way. So doing research up front would let me have that in at the ends of eras. So yeah, more nonfiction, basically. Okay, so what information does each person have? How do these pieces of information change the medium? How do different pieces react with each other? How would I do this? I think what it would be is the actual spreadsheet. Maybe multiple spreadsheets. So basically, like, make a spreadsheet with every, like, individual piece of information, because they're all stats. So what I've talked about before is like, there's all these little stats that are in the game, like mum slash, and then some info, probably like this, is how they'd be. So for example, I've talked about before, at one point, a character does an impression of Jackie's mom, and they start like half their sentences with the word huh when they do the impression, because that's like a verbal tick that her mom had. So that is then marked in the game's stats as mum slash info slash huh, and that changes how she talks. But what I would do then is, for every 2 pieces of information, do we create a new piece of information? Or let's say this. For every 2 stats. So what this would be is, for example, like, how do we make a table here? Do I have a table? I don't have anything that actually is like a spreadsheet. But basically, we just have like, on the rows, we have all the stats. In the columns, we have all the stats. And then for each combination of 2, we figure out, do we create a reaction stat where, like, if you know this information and this other piece of information, I should create a new stat. So, like, maybe you know that, like, for example, mum/info/black basin says she lived in the Black Basin. Mum/info/war says she lived during the war. Or, like, let's say... Ooh, this will be tricky. Says the war... Or says, took over the Black Basin during the war. So then these two bits of information would react with each other with every stat that's relevant. We would now have mum/info/ probably Black Basin invasion. Saying, was probably in the basin during the invasion. Add that stat to the... as a row and column. Okay. So basically, all of these reaction stats would then be created during the conversation, and now these reaction stats would affect dialogue. So basically, this means... So for every reaction stat, these then affect conversations. I'm actually thinking this might be a good time for, there's a mechanic I've been thinking about where, like, basically in your journal you can have multiple notes that are then connected. So maybe the player should be manually drawing those connections between different things. Like, they see that their mom lived in the Black Basin, and they see that the Black Basin was invaded. So then maybe they have to manually draw this connection to be like, oh, my mom was probably in the city when it was invaded, and her family was in danger. Unless somebody just tells them that. But... But I think this would be good. And also I'm wondering if I should have some way of, like, explicitly setting these in code, or, like, marking these stats in code, like some sort of global table of everything that can affect our mom. And then repeat until no reactions. Yeah, because basically, maybe then this information, if you know some other information, it creates a new thing. I'll just put in here, like, do I want these created automatically? Or to add another mechanic where you manually create connections. I think the issue is some of these are hidden. No, I think... Because many of these aren't actually journal notes. And the medium should be able to draw these connections without the player's conscious awareness. Okay. So I'd say make spreadsheets. So yeah, what information does does each person have would basically be like every quest and every stat you get from those quests. Every stat. So I think this would be here. Well, welcome back. I'm doing game design again, trying to figure out the overall structure of how the game works. So let's say connections are automatic. Yeah. Yeah, right now, the main thing is the central conceit of At the Ends of Eras is doing quests and then coming back to the machine called the Medium to see how Jackie understands her mom, because you're learning about her mom, and then you go to the machine that basically creates a representation based on your memories of her. And now I'm figuring out, like, how exactly do I want the medium to change? Like, how do I actually implement those changes? And how do I develop all of the possible changes? Because I want it to be that you do any of these quests in any order and get different information. And so we also need here, make an explicit hierarchy. Actually, let's say, so how do these pieces of information change the medium? So every stat has a priority. I think what it needs to be is there's information that can be conflicting with each other. And there's also reactions to information where, like, you know, maybe you know that she lived in one place and then another place. And so the player draws some sort of conclusion of, like, oh, she lived here until this event happened and then she moved there. And then you learn some new information later that, like, no, she actually lived in this place before then. So there's, like, new information that contradicts an assumption based on incomplete information. I guess I'll just write down all of the constraints that I want. Basically, like, some information conflicts with it. Or let's say, let's first enumerate possible changes. Events. New answers. Overall dialogue changes. And let's say, like, general dialogue changes, so, like, proficiency, personality, and affect. Temporarily change the medium. So I guess under general changes would also be physical appearance. Like, maybe new setting. the room itself has its own name. The medium is the illusory room plus Jackie's mom plus the chair. So the illusory room can change its appearance. Yeah, so new answers to questions. Yeah, let's say these are our possible changes. And then let's have, like, conflicting events and priorities. How do we do this in a way that's easy for me to structure? And I guess I should also put here. So assume each stat is totally independent, as in may have incomplete information. So every stat has some priority based on how much information required or the recency of the information. The player can form assumptions are based on incomplete information. So more complex stats. What am I trying to say? Yeah, some reaction stats are based on incomplete information, such as my example before of, like, she lived here and then she lived here, so therefore, you know, there is some particular time where she left. But then it's like, oh wait, no, she lived in some other place in the middle of that, so now my timeline has changed. So stats derived from that. With more complete information, a higher priority. So I guess the main thing is, how do we represent all of these different things? So for events, well, for new answers, how do we implement this? New answers. This one's pretty easy. We just write the answers in the order of priority. Using the correct stats, or using the, because basically, as an example of what I mean by that, is if we go to dialogue, if we go to the medium, which should be somewhere in here, probably in Quest Major, we could go here to, like, note this. So, for example, this is, like, our highest priority stat of, like, note mom left. So we're basically asking, why did you leave? And we have this stat called medium end game, which is, like, actual game stuff. And then we have, like, this one, mom alone. So that's, like, another high priority stat. And then we have, like, this null theory, which is basically just, we don't have... This is Jackie's, like, base assumption. She has no knowledge of her mother other than what she, like, has derived from events before the game. And so this is sort of like our base theory. And then as we go up, these are, like, supposedly more and more accurate. We only have 3 of them, which is a shame because answering the main question is pretty important. But this also lets us get... This is pretty easy, these answers here. And then I think for general changes, the way we should do that is having... We have this here. Let's see. How does this work exactly? We had the concept of layers. Yeah. So I think these should all just be like one... How should these work exactly? I think this is the correct idea of having the layers still. Because basically the layers are like, for certain, when Jackie's mom says something, it goes from the top layer to the bottom layer in terms of like, okay, what is the most recent and most accurate information for what she would say? You know, if you know something about her from the post-war that would be relevant, she'll then use that post-war answer. Otherwise, it'd be like this one or this one. And these are basically like learning like I talked about it before, like this Yakazi layer is basically like you are familiar with people from the country, and so Jackie's mom will respond in a way that's kind of the average of people from the country. But then Siridi is like, you know her mom. You know something about the religion that your mom did. So then she would talk more like an average person of that specific religion from within the country. And then like post-war is basically you knew some of her friends from after the war, and now her personality reflects some of them. And then you can get more and more specific of like, okay, now we know information specifically about who she was. And so I think what I should have is a more general system of like general changes. There's a fixed number slots for each change. How she talks, where the medium's located, or the location depicts various aspects of appearance. Every stat that changes some general appearance has a number of slots that it can change. So yeah, every stat that changes some general thing has a priority. Or let's say every slot that changes has a total ordering. Oh, hang on. There we go. Yeah, so basically this means, like, for example, have, like, mum/brown eyes, and then, slash purple eyes above it. I think it should all be... Do I even need info? I think it's implicit that all stats that are pertaining to our mother will be info. So we can just have, like... I'm just gonna do this. And also, let's put these in this, so that way I can actually tell where the special code is. And someday I might even, like, write it like that. Above it. In the eye color slot. So, okay. Yeah, there's a finite number of slots for every general change. And then I think as well, maybe there's two types of changes. There's like one-off changes where like it just adds a little bit of dialogue. And then there's these slots. Does that make any sense to me? Would that be easy to implement? So some general changes. Where they're never contradicted. Well, is there any information in the game that would never be contradicted by something else? Those can just have... I'll just assume there probably are. Of slots for the general chain. So every slot has a total ordering for the stats that change it. And this would be like, maybe someone tells you that your mother... Maybe Jackie just assumes her mom had brown eyes because she sees that people around here generally have brown eyes. And then maybe someone specifically mentions that your mom had purple eyes. And so it's like, oh, well, that's clearly the accurate information. So that takes higher priority when it comes time for the medium to decide what eye color she has. And so this way, I have every, like, you know, her outfit, the location, they can all have these slots, and they each one independently check, like, okay, what information is relevant to this? What would change the stats here? And if there's things where, like, 2 stats would contradict it, that's a reaction, basically. And so we would just have 1 stat still. So yeah, I'd say every single change is through 1 stat. So every discrete change is associated with exactly 1 stat. If multiple stats are required, that's a reaction. I think this table might I think the table for reaction stats might actually be, like, in the game. Like, it's actually, like, loaded in and then compiled down into a thing that I can use. So that way, like, it just turns into code. I think that makes sense. I would need to have, like, a CSV editor, though, and I don't want to, like, break out Excel and have it load for 15 minutes just to edit 1 CSV. I'll see if there's any, like, cheap CSV editors. But yeah, let's say, I think this, a CSV and convert it to code directly. So let's say to do look up a lightweight CSV editor, or make one, since that could be fun. Since I do have a table editor, if we go to... I did this before, actually. And it's almost good enough. But if we go to needleful.net/bits/np sheets.html, I think. Maybe it's np-sheets. Maybe it's not there. Oh, it's just sheets.html. But yeah, I can create tables, but they're not very good. Because you can't, like, select multiple rows or anything like that. Or even, like, I think you can't even resize the table at runtime. And you can't even... Oh, you can scroll. Okay. Yeah, so my spreadsheet editor is pretty bad. But maybe I could improve it. That could be a fun little project. Yeah, or improve mine for fun. Because, yeah, and it's technically a TSV file. But okay. So yeah, we could load up a CSV into the game where it's actually like a table that's both used for my own brain, but also actually used in-game as like, it will check this table for these reactions, and then it'll apply those reactions recursively until there's no new reactions. And yeah, that helps with the logic of the actual medium of every... Yeah, I think this is a smart idea of every discrete change has just one stat. And so that way we can formalize the concept of these reactions and of, like, things that depend on knowing multiple things. It's like, well, we just have this tree of this information. I think, yeah, it actually would be basically literally just an inverted tree of, like, every piece of information. Maybe there's, like, some information A, some information B, then we have C here, and then there's some other information like that. And so we basically just check, you know, for example, if we had A, B, and D, it would then just run the reactor to do these two. And then we just depend on those derived stats. Okay, that makes sense. That's a thing that I can implement pretty easily, and that helps make it that helps reason about this stuff. And then I think here, so for general changes, yeah, they're additive. And then for events, how do we do events? Do we have a similar priority, or do we just have recency? Because I want the player to see all of the events. But if an event is actually, like, out of date, how do I identify that? An event is out of date. Maybe there's a stat that is, like, to trigger an event. So every event has one or more trigger stats. If any one of the stats is queued, an event should also have multiple, like, contradiction stats, where, like, if this knowledge is true, then that means that this event is false, and we should, like, not queue it, or remove it from the queue. And ideally, there would be some more up-to-date event that would replace it. So yeah, every event has one or more trigger stats. If any of those stats are enabled, the event is queued. They also have more removal stats. Any of these are true, the event is removed from the queue and will never appear again. And will not appear again. So this does mean that if the player kind of speedruns the game, they will miss most of the events, which makes sense, because they're not, like, seeing these contradictions. Okay, that feels okay. That does mean that the events will be kind of a pain to implement, because I'll have to figure out, well, I guess it won't be too bad. If I have the full list of every single stat that affects our mom, it won't be that bad to get all of this. See, I think what I should do when we make the timeline... Yeah, so develop a full timeline. So this here is not in here. It's up here a little bit. So yeah, develop a full timeline, make spreadsheets. So every single discrete piece of knowledge have a stat associated with it. Stats specifically about our mom. Are always prefixed with mum. Other stats about the world. With some other naming scheme. Okay. This has been an interesting design process because a lot of this is basically just formalizing things that I was doing off the cuff. And I don't think I would have been able... Like, I think... It's telling me a lot about game design. Of, like, I would not have thought of any of this stuff unless I had just dived into making the game. How would you actually say that? What's the past participle of dive? I guess just dove. If I didn't just dive straight into designing the game, I wouldn't have thought of any of these systems. But now I have to come back in and sort of like restart the process, formalizing all of the things that I couldn't really figure out in the thick of it while I was making the game. Because like all of this information is kind of stuff that I was doing, but it was a lot more hokey and a lot harder to reason about. But okay, so for example, all of these are computed at the start of dialogue, or... Yeah, let's say that. At the start of dialogue during the scanning. If it gets really slow, we could have that in a separate thread. I don't know how long, I don't know how much time it would take to actually scan the player's brain. Presumably not that long, but it would make sense in universe if it took like a second or two for the actual scanner to like run, and maybe it plays a neat little animation of the machine whirring around you. Because I might even just have that, even if it takes like less than a frame to generate all the information that we need. Especially since I'm going to be changing how the save system works and how global information is stored, so it should be faster anyway. But okay. So yeah. I think basically the event queue needs a list of all events and listeners. Event stats. Another table. No, that wouldn't be practical here. Because this is a list of lists. So yeah, we just have some way of, like, keeping this information all in one place. Like a JSON file or something. Okay. Yeah, we don't really need... We don't need that as like a... All of these are going to be tables. So yeah, every quest... So what information does each person have? List out every quest and every stat you get from those quests. Let's say info stat. How do different pieces react with each other? Yeah, here we have... I think this is the only thing that really needs to be a spreadsheet of, like, these reactions. And then how do those pieces of information... Let's say info stats. So yeah, that is now a full thing. Have an info stat associated with it. Okay. That gives me a lot of stuff. And then there's also, independent of all of this, the medium has its own development, because it's not quite, or it's never really Jackie's mom. Own development. The AI is separate. Can develop its own personality. Formalize the triggers. Each phase of development. Because I think right now it's basically like random events can give you just a generic mum/info, and then like it just counts the number of those you have. And it's like, okay, if you have like, if you've done like 7 quests and you've gotten 7 of these info stats, then it'll trigger the next phase of the development, and then it'll trigger like the end game and things like that. And I wonder if that is correct. Should it still be the count of info? Because I think this may be another thing where I want to have, like, that idea of the reaction stats. Where we just have a table of, like, you know, to get to this stage, we need these 2 things. Or, like, this combination of things. I think what it'll be is it will just be a list of stages. With their requirements. Can be a mix of things like a certain number of quests completed, specific information, the thing, and then let's just have it be stage and have everything. Okay. So I think basically it would be like, just at the start of dialogue, we'd compute the stage. Yeah, let's say that. The other information and change dialogue. So, for example, some dialogue is blocked after a certain stage because it's like, no, we have some important thing to discuss, and we won't be distracted by other things. So, yeah, let's say that. So, like, some stages of dialogue, or some stages block dialogue due to important conversation. Some stages trigger unique events. Stages just have a bit of extra dialogue at the start. So let's actually put here as well. So the quests, I think what it is, some quests add a generic mum/info. Let's say this. Generic mum/info, which is mainly used to mark the medium's own development. Well, I think... I think that makes sense. Basically, like, you have to do a certain amount of the game, and then also there are certain fixed things. And thankfully, this development here has actually been pretty consistent since, like, a couple years ago, actually. Like, very early in development, I knew how the medium itself would develop, because it's just a linear thing. It's quite easy. You just need to, like, know certain pieces of information, and the medium itself learns certain pieces of information, and then it changes and has, like, certain reactions to that. So that should be fine. Okay, so I think now I have an actual action plan for how the medium works. And now, the other main thing that I need is to figure out how the quests will work. Because another core problem has been quests are too hard to make. Basically, as I said, the game has the concept of these major and minor quests, and the game has like 8 major quests, and then I can just put as many minor quests as I want because the intention is that they don't significantly or uniquely impact the medium. Like, they can give you information, but it's information you could have derived from elsewhere, so it's not like none of them are integral to the game, and I can just add and remove them as I see. Where the major quests are going to be things that are meant to be longer, more unique, like little movies or episodes of a show, essentially, is how I wanted them to be structured. The problem is, it's very hard to make them. Because they typically require custom mechanics. They're very long, and they're essentially just one piece of content. They're sort of like, how I compared it when I was thinking about Kitty Found a Camera is, in Kitty Found a Camera, the entire game is a series of small puzzles that are connected to each other, and I could break and add those connections as I saw fit. Like, I could just add a door that's locked, and then you need to do some other quest to unlock the door. And that was how those two quests, like, merged into each other and interacted. And for these major quests, I haven't really been designing them as, like, a series of small challenges that I can, like, think about and make work on its own, and then add to a greater whole. They just are one thing that is nearly as long as the entire game of Kitty Found a Camera. So, very large, monolithic. So, hard to reason about, hard to make individual pieces good. Pieces, hard to or shrink. So yeah, I think the process for designing quest. So like what are the individual challenges? Or let's say, what is the central crux? So it could be like a mechanic, a place, a character, you know, like who is or what are conversation. So basically, I need to start the quest from like, what is the most interesting aspect of it? So let's use an example. The time stop quest. The central crux. Actually, I guess this example would be like here. So yeah, the central crux is the time stop itself. The basic quest would be as follows. Join the time stop demonstration. Time is stopped. End the demonstration without any interesting events. Because yeah, there's a whole mechanic where you can stop time, and so I think what it would be is, yeah, develop this central crux. So basically, I would make sure for this time stop quest, I would just have the quest be this. So you talk to a guy, he's like, hey, do you want to see my cool time stopping machine? And then you would say yes. And then you'd walk to the time stopping machine. He would stop time. You can walk around a little bit. And then you can be like, okay, I'm bored of this. Let's go home. So yeah, let's say that. Time. You can run around. Ask him to resume time, and he does without issue. So that's the basic quest. And so we would make sure that this quest works. Test and debug. And then what are the complications? So let's say that's going to be our main thing of like add simple complications. Each one should be relatively independent. Thoroughly test isolation and with and in the quest. Repeat until bored. So yeah, the complication would be other testers. So maybe one wanders off. You find them. Now you can end the demonstration. So, like another complication. What would the other complication be? So yeah, we have like, you know, we go to the demonstration. Time is stopped. It's all cool. There's a few people with us. One of them wanders off. So like we go back to the machine, we're like, okay, let's resume time. And it's like, wait, hang on. Somebody's missing. So then it's like, now what we can do, or now what I can do is I can test that one mechanic of, okay, let's find the person. Is that a fun mechanic, or am I just stumbling around? Because basically the way time stop works in the game is it's pitch black because light doesn't move when time is stopped, and it's absolute zero because the air doesn't move, and heat is just air moving around you, or, you know, whatever you're touching is moving, and that heats you up. And so it's like, is it fun to find a person in pitch black? Probably not that fun. So I'd need to figure out, you know, how to make that complication work, or make another complication. And this might sound like simple stuff, but I've already gotten so deep into this quest. Like, this is a quest that has like 6 characters, 3 endings. You can like assassinate the major governor of the quest. It's like, that was too much stuff to start with. I think having this idea of like a central crux to a quest, and then building around that, is a good idea, because that's basically how Kitty Found a Camera was structured, of like, you take a photo and show it to a person, and then you unlock a door to get to the ending of the game. And then I added more locked doors, and I added things that require other characters to have something, you know, characters you only meet after certain events happen, and things like that, to add more and more complications, so that way you have to do like a whole video game of content in order to end the video game. But it started from a game where you could basically take one photo and show it to one person, and then you could beat the game. And so maybe another complication is, so let's think about this as well. So thoroughly test, and like, is it fun? Does it work? Repeat until bored. So yeah, so for this thing, it's like, test the complication. Is it fun to wander around in the dark? Probably not. Maybe we need, like, this was an idea that I had in the game, and now I'm seeing, because I'm like thinking of the idea in isolation, it would be fun to have the thermal goggles so that you can see people's footsteps. And now it's like, oh, now there's like a video game here that's actually like interesting, where I can just turn on Batman Vision and win instantly, rather than I'm fumbling in pitch black trying to find things. And then we could have another complication, maybe the thermal glasses. Need batteries. Maybe we can like pick somebody, or like convince a character. For their lights. And like, don't work unless into the world. So like, yeah, you need to convince a character to give you the batteries from their light to use in the thermal goggles. And then what would a complication be from here? Maybe the person doesn't want to be found. So now we're getting closer and closer to what the quest is already, but I actually have, like, an order of things, and things that I can test in isolation one at a time. You know, I can easily remove this bit here, because I can just be like, okay, let's skip this. Like, let's just hardwire that you can just get the thermal goggles. We don't need to do the convincing part because I'm not testing that. And now we can test this little segment of like the missing person doesn't want to be found. You know, maybe they have a gun. So like, you know, they're gonna assassinate the government. They have a gun and you have to convince them to not shoot you. Earlier. So yeah, now we have a series of small puzzles that I can do. And so we can continue on and on like this. So like make sure each complication can be tested and enabled, disabled. So we can have some sort of debug shortcut operations. Each one can be enabled, disabled, sort of debug shortcut. And that would make it easier to test them. It would also make it easier to remove one if it doesn't work. To test, to remove / reorder pieces. Possible to like think of these as like a graph of things that you need to do, and then we can have, you know, we can still have the possibility of multiple endings or multiple possible ways of solving a problem. But we can think of those as, again, as these little pieces, these complications, and we can add and remove them. So like multiple paths, endings, etc. are still possible. Each segment is more independent. So we basically develop the time stop. So yeah, let's say like develop so like stopping time with another person. Yeah. And so that makes sense as sort of like a step-by-step process of how we would design this. Okay, that seems promising for a design there. So what I'm going to do is use the bathroom again, and then I'll be back to think more on this overall structure some more. Because admittedly, a lot of it was writing a list of things that I can't do at the moment. So like this is all stuff that I need to do on my own. And then we can have all of this be stuff that I can do myself. Or that we can do on stream. Okay, I'm going to use the bathroom and then I'll be back to, I think more on the technical stuff again. Okay, now for the main technical things. So if we go back to the technical design, in fact, I should probably move this to somewhere else. But the things I've been thinking about are, I have my native code that I've been experimenting with. And the actual native stuff is working pretty well. I like the API I set up for the save system, though admittedly I'll probably simplify it even further. But an issue is, most of the problems, or most of the code is this boilerplate between Godot and my native code. And it's bug prone. Like, there's things like these default variables don't work in Godot, even though it says so. If we go to, for example, let's go to save load. Let's see, load game directory. No, we need game state. So like we have add stat, we have the key, and we have this value of 1. Like, this is a default argument, so it can recognize it. However, when we actually call the function without the argument, it gets 0, which is very annoying. So it's just like default arguments don't work. Also, type hints, I noticed, don't work. Like, if I did like save load.state.addStat, it would not give me an int, or it would give me an int, but for some reason the editor doesn't know that, so it can't compile without the explicit type hints. So it's just little annoyances like that. And so it's important, I think, to also, I have a bottle, if you can hear that squeaking of it opening and closing. So I think what I want is to just have the whole thing either completely native or completely GD script. The only reason I really want native is because I'm worried that the dialogue system is too slow. Because right now, to check if a character has new dialogue takes about 2 milliseconds, which doesn't sound like a lot, except for the fact that the game runs at 144 FPS. So I want it to run in less than 7 milliseconds, and also that's 2 milliseconds per character. So if I had 2 characters or 3 characters, now it's like most of the frame is spent just trying to figure out if it's relevant. And I could do things like time slicing or multi-threading, but I would rather just write code that runs quickly rather than writing 5 times as much code to make slow code run quickly. So that's the big reason I'm leaning toward native game. And also that would make it easier to like separate from Godot itself. So that way, like in the future, if I get sick of Godot, I can just port my native code to use like a different engine internally. And so I think what the big issue is, though, with the native game, I would have to rebuild a lot more stuff. Which I guess isn't terrible, because I will have to rebuild a lot of stuff anyway. But even things like, I'm pretty sure, like, the whole resource system I want to redo with my own resource and scene system and stuff like that. Yeah, it'd be a lot of work. Though thankfully I do have an engine that I'd been working on years ago where I can probably reuse a lot of that code. Because I had things like GLTF and textures and stuff like that and fonts and all that. Well, yeah, I'd really have to figure out how I want to do the resources. Because, yeah, the main goals that I have of a custom engine, let's put that in here, are good performance. So probably like 144 FPS. on my machine. And then also probably like, let's say less than 4 gigabytes of RAM at any time. Less than probably like 2 gigabytes of VRAM. Which would be pretty easy, because we use low-res textures anyway. And then, like, let's say mostly independent of Godot, and also hot reloading, sources, and code. So, like, some sort of dedicated platform interface, probably like independent resource system. Yeah. Yeah, and I think I'm going to go native, because I think it would be more fun, and also it would give me a tool that I'd like to use in future games, because something that I like putting extra effort into tools, because that tends to come back and help me in the future. Like the fact that Kitty Found a Camera uses the same dialogue system that I developed for this game. And it's because I put a lot of extra work into that dialogue system that I didn't really need for the game. But it wound up saving me a bunch of time in the future. So I'd like to essentially have a whole engine, or like a whole toolkit that I can use for games in the future. And then the main other consideration is like, what programming language should I use? Because my main thinking is, I know D, I know C#, and I know C++. D is my favorite, just from a programming perspective, except for the fact that documentation is not good on the build system. And support is pretty limited. Like, it has 3 different compilers, but I don't know. It's not a very well-maintained or well-funded language, and that's kind of an issue for for like a tool that I'm using for a commercial thing, if the tool itself might go under. So actually, let's put in here as well, mixed backward compatibility. Yeah, limited support, questionable libraries. So yeah, the pros of C++ are, it's very well documented. Everybody uses it for games. So it's like, there's tons of there's lots of libraries that are tied specifically to C++ for like graphics and physics and stuff like that, which admittedly I don't really need. However, I guess the main issues are really slow compilation. It's horrible to program in. It's utterly miserable. Because it's like, yeah, everything is bad by default in C++. Everything works wrong by default. You have to do like 17 quadrillion lines of code to get anything that like is good, and uses like the move semantics and stuff like that by default. And then C# are basically good documentation and libraries. The cons of C#, basically tied to Microsoft. So like every feature of the language is going to be through like Microsoft and .NET. So things like hot reloading, like all of it is Basically contingent on Microsoft being willing to let you use it for free. Say some hot reloading. Large complex runtime. Mandatory? I guess, well, I guess a garbage collector isn't a terrible thing, because both D and C# are garbage collected languages, but they're not that bad, especially since Godot already has reference counting everywhere, which is just garbage collecting, but with different performance issues. Admittedly, for me, I just like D. I think D is the choice, just because I like it. It's just a fun programming language to use. But okay, now I think what I should start working on is how do we actually build the game? What are the tools that I need? So, I'm going to use, so like, let's say I'm to make everything natively. That means I need to figure out how to integrate with existing tools, with custom resources, scenes, and runtime. Or let's say custom resources and scenes stapled onto Godot's graphics, physics, and UI systems. Because basically, I'll do everything myself except for the actual like rendering, physics, and UI, which I'll just put in Godot. And I guess all like the windowing systems. So that I guess that counts as UI. Windows input, etc. So that means that we need to think about, like, for example, how does a scene work? Like, how do I actually edit this scene in a way that it's like I save it and then it doesn't turn into a Godot scene that I'll actually use in Godot traditionally. It turns into my new custom scene format. It turns into my octrees. This chunk system. So let's actually, I think I need to start with the scenes. So we don't really need an editor thing there. What we need is scenes, or like, let's say the world editor. So I think it should be basically because I'd really like to reuse as much of this as I can. Where, like, I can just have things here, but I don't think the game will actually use this same representation. Okay, let's step through this. To edit the world, we need to know what the world is made of. We have a few things. Terrain, chunks, subchunks, entities. So prefab or, I guess, in scene. Or like, let's say bespoke. Yeah, because we won't have the same parenting hierarchy. I'm imagining a component system rather than what we have now. So the terrain is a height map with certain pieces. Ooh, this is going to be tricky. Let's say one final height map. So basically a chunk. Okay, I'm seeing it now. So if we go to my... No, we need to go to my project manager. I've talked about before how I want to do terrain in the future, and I think it's time that I will make this terrain editor properly work. Because yeah, my whole thing that I want is in the future, instead of editing like the whole game in one massive Blender mesh that takes like 15 quadrillion years, or editing a height map by painting stuff, I wanted this, where I could have like chunks or like pieces of terrain where I can edit individual components and like scale them up and, you know, do all this sorts of stuff to it in a way that can be seamlessly edited. Does this work? Scaling up the resolution scales down that. Well, just a thing to fix, a minor thing to fix, but yeah. Basically, as you can imagine, this would be really good for, like, you can have a chunk, and then you can just have the terrain that the chunk is on in here. So a chunk would have, like, one or more stamp of terrain. Alter the height map, moved with the contents of the chunk. So subchunks would be either one, or I guess consisting of this. So yeah, the world has terrain and chunks. So one or more stamps of terrain. So this would be height and color material parameters. Alter the terrain height map. And then like a position and rotation. Rotation and scale relative to chunk, subchunks relative to chunk, and then this would have like loose entities, tied to the world, or multiple entities tied together. Okay, because I've talked about the distinction of like chunks and subchunks before, because basically like a chunk would be all the stuff that you edit together. So like you click on a chunk and then it takes you to like a different scene where you can then edit that chunk, paint on the terrain, see all the details of it. And then the sub-chunks are what's actually like, a sub-chunk must all be loaded into the game at once. Where the individual contents of the chunk can be split up and like loaded as the as the runtime sees fit, based on distance and stuff like that. And it's just a convenience for editing it in the editor. And then the subchunks are the actual like implementation of that. I'm getting kind of distracted by this, but it's fun to play with. Yeah, I'm not sure why scaling it up scales down the contours of the terrain, but such is life. It'd be one of the many things to fix when we put the actual world in. Actually, I guess this would be, we'd have like the various terrain maps. And also the stamps of terrain, not, so I guess not included in the compiled result. This is also a good thing for like distinguishing between, or like making my own editor and scene system. That means that I don't have to worry about like what happens to all of these height maps and these nodes when the game starts up. Because I can just say, you know, when we compile to the actual octree format that we're going to be using in the game, we just don't bother with these things. Or we just don't even include these in that result. We just have it in the, like, edited data. So loose entities, so prefab, bespoke, or placeholder, I think is what this is going to be. So, like, a separate file seen in Godot. Bespoke. So actually we would have basically I think basically, let's say first of all, object component system with transform hierarchy. So an object component system is basically like how Unity does objects rather than how Godot does it. So instead of having like a bunch of subnodes like this, well, you could have these still, but these would only control like the position of these two objects for the purposes of editing it, and if it's non-static, moving it. Let's say if the objects are static, they will not. Well, nah, I think we can just keep the transform hierarchy here. Runtime, if the object not known to be static. So like optimization, remove it. Or like just place object to chunk runtime if the hierarchy isn't important. Okay. So an object plus component in a transform hierarchy. Script, execution, and visibility are defined automatically. So like scripts, all updates assumed to happen simultaneously. So basically, like, instead of, or all the functions that have like an update function, do we have updates here actually? Well, any script that has an update function. So in Godot, updates just happen one after the other in the order in the tree. I think it's like the parents and then all of its children from top to bottom and something like that. I'm just going to assume they all happen at the same time, and anything that needs to coordinate would be through some sort of like event, or the object just gets whatever objects it needs and it like controls it itself. Like there's some sort of manager object anytime we need that. So like if we need a specific order, that should be a manager object. That handles it explicitly. So let's have like or like all top-down updates are assumed to happen simultaneously. Or let's say objects plus components in a transform hierarchy. Yeah, so this way, like, the player would have, like, the player would be a physics body, maybe, and, or the player would just be an object. And they'd have, like, their physics body component, their collision components, their, other components. I guess that's fine. UI would just be edited directly in Godot, I think. Okay, so this is what the world is edited, or is at runtime. So, like, file. So, to convert from the edited world, we have a compilation step. So basically, all chunks are split up, or like all the entities are laid out in an octree. Each like leaf of the octree file, or no, as a separate block in a file. We can seek to the relevant, or and then like all of these entities, and then all of this is stored in one archive file. And so like an optimization, chunks only alter the part of the file, or the part of the oct tree that they intersect. I think it'd be that the whole world is one file. Starting with the root of the octree. The file is then split recursively. With the root of the octree, it has like the octree. Maybe the data assets would be stored as a separate archive. I think that makes sense. The layout, every entity and subchunk, or like of the tree. The data assets, all the models, sounds, images, and other things referenced by the world. Okay. And the convenience of this is then we can navigate the octree much more quickly, which I think we need to do for things like detecting when things are close and far away. So we don't have to like load up the file with the models, but then it can be like, oh, now we need to load like this model and these sound effects for this entity. So then we do that by referencing the other file and like we get a path or something, and then it's like instead of, yeah, we'd basically do that. For editing, we could just start the real file system. So we have a compilation step, and basically we would only have this compilation step would basically just take the world that we're editing and all of the like Godot scene files and turn it into the octree. Oh, actually, it's still going to be really hard to figure out how exactly all of this is edited, because I don't think we can use Godot's built-in scene editor. It's just not really designed for... Yeah, because then I'd have to basically duplicate all of the logic of like how to get resources and models and animations and things in Godot and in this like native engine. Let's imagine a scene. Let's imagine how I'd want it to work. So, like, open the world. So, like, here's our world. It's all beautiful. It's basically the whole game is a height map, and then, like, low resolution. So, like, height map. And I think, you know, I'd have a more sophisticated viewer where it'd basically have, like, probably just LODs. You would see the whole world height map, probably at a lower LOD. Or maybe with the proper dynamic LOD system. Because I think the world would be like 8192 by 8192 meters, and also like pixels of the height map. Also, I just realized, oh yeah, we only have the one mesh right now. Does this work properly if I move it like this? No, it doesn't. Okay, well, ignore that for now. So chunks, or like the whole oct tree at low LOD. Oh yeah, we need to compute LODs for all of the subtrees. Ooh, that actually means that the compilation would divide the chunks into the oct tree and generate LOD meshes for the subtrees. Yeah, so we show the whole oct tree at low LOD, clicking chunk, highlight those objects, clicking it, so clicking it opens a subpane. So like, let's imagine we have, like, on this mountain, we have a CSG box. And this is going to be like a little house or something. Also, I just realized we need this to now be like, let's add a node 3D. So like, this is our chunk. And we have our cool cabin here. Is this? Huh? I mean, this isn't a cube. How did I do this? Oh, I see. Probably this. There we go. So yeah, chunks can have position and rotation, but not scale. Because that's only reserved for the actual, like, these things. Does this work still? No, it doesn't. Because we need this to have terrain group. There we go. Now we can get this working. So we'd have the actual terrain thing. That's not important. We're imagining that, like, this is the content of the chunk. So then when we click on this, we're brought into a subscene that would just have probably the height map again, like, and the ability to paint on the height map. Let's say that. Clicking it opens a subpane, and so yeah, can move chunks here. So we can move chunks in this view. We can also go into the chunk, edit individual properties. The big issue is that we can't actually okay, so if we have the whole oct tree at low LOD, but the oct tree is not the same as the chunk, there will be some issues where, like, if we want to move this chunk... Oh, interesting. Oh, I see. Because this isn't transformed, we need to have a changed signal here as well, because otherwise that's not updated properly. Ah, well. Yeah, whatever. That's still, like, that terrain editor doesn't even matter anymore, because we're basically going to take this same logic of this editor and bring it into a completely different thing. So how do we handle LODs? ODs at runtime while moving the chunk. So, like, do we need some system for splitting apart? Because, yeah, I don't want the chunks to have any runtime meaning. Because I want the ability to, like, you know, build a city as one chunk, so that basically just so that I can edit it all in one file and see everything. And then it can be split apart for performance reasons arbitrarily, however the computer sees fit. And then anytime that I need subchunks are the way to handle, like, you know, these objects need to all be loaded together because they have scripts associated with them. But that means that if we want to see all of the world at once and be able to edit the world from one unified view, like get this whole chunk, move it around, and then, you know, make it work. Yeah, we would need the ability to regenerate those LODs. And I remember from editing, I did some modding for Fallout 3, I think. And one of the things that took a really long time was generating LODs for basically this exact process. So it's not something that can easily be done in an interactive way. Could we do it interactively, though, if we used a compute shader to figure out where in the awk tree an entity would be? And then figured out, like, did our LOD stuff, like, as much as possible beforehand, like, getting the LODs for each individual mesh and then combining them as we see fit. I think it is possible to, like, have this, like, prepare LODs for individual models beforehand, either automatically or by hand. So, like, many small objects will have no LOD, or will simply not be rendered. At a distance. And then maybe don't do the merging. Rather than the whole, or rather than the merged meshes. Editor. So basically, let's say that these are in two separate chunks. But when the game is building the octree, it's like, okay, this and this will be merged together into one mesh when you're like this far away. And that means that gets an issue when you're moving this chunk. And it's like, wait a second. These were one mesh now. So that means that this would be here until we like recompute it. But what I can do instead is just have the low resolution copy of the object, but not the merged mesh. Instead, we just render these individual low poly models. And that means, well, I guess that'd be in here anyway. So like, let's say resources model. So like a model has like the mesh, different LODs, low LODs, aren't actually stored at runtime. Instead, they're usually merged together. However, the individual models are loaded at edit time. So yeah, let's say that. So the whole octree, individual models are loaded, not the merged ones, at a low LOD, and only the objects would be visible from a distance. Okay. So that means we don't need that, and then at compile time, these models would be merged. Or at compile time, low LOD models in each subtree. Okay. Pretty complicated thing. But basically, like, imagine we have a little city here, and we have, these are part of a different city. So it's like chunk city 2. So from an editor perspective, what's happening is I would like click on this thing to go into this scene and edit these buildings. And otherwise I would click on this chunk to edit these buildings. Doesn't make much sense since all of the terrain here is controlled by this, but for the sake of example. And then when we split this into a tree, we might have like these chunks are merged at the boundaries, like maybe these are closer together. So it's like, okay, these 3 buildings are now combined into one little subtree, and this is part of a different tree, and this is part of a different tree. And then it merges these together into one model from a very far distance. And then from an even farther distance, maybe all of these are merged together into one model. Things like that. And then in the editor, we have the individual low-res models. As if we are doing whatever we're doing. And so that way we can just edit these, so we can still move around this chunk in real time and position it in the world as we see fit, without having to worry about whatever we're worrying about, regenerating the LODs while we're editing. Because then we just hit the like bake button. It spends hopefully just a few seconds merging these LOD models together. Detecting what have similar materials and stuff like that. And then we save it. Okay, that makes sense. And there's multiple parts of an octree. Merge in each subtree, which... Okay. And then mousing over the specific chunk will highlight the objects in that chunk, give it a little, like, outline. And then we click it, we get a subpane for, like, the information of the chunk. And we can then, like, edit it normally. So it's basically just the same thing as this object view here. And then we'd be able to, like, I guess add new chunks in here. That makes sense. The main issue is then how do we actually edit the, I'm trying to figure out what tools I can use to get the most bang for my buck without having to make, like, a custom scene editor. Like, because I guess I could do, like, a Godot add-on still. It would be kind of a pain. But I guess it wouldn't be that bad, because then instead of, you know, mousing over it and it highlights, we just have, like, the typical Godot stuff. And then we just click, like, the scene button here, and it'd go to a prefab scene or whatever. Or there'd be some sort of plugin when we get an extra button, like here, or wherever we need it. Okay. So mousing over entities, so the whole octree. So yeah, we open the world, edit one tree, or edit a chunk. So move around individual pieces. World or the file path. So basically, like the Godot scene editor, except we can't just make arbitrary nodes. I think we have to add entities. I think that makes sense. And then, so we add entities or subchunks. Entities. Okay, this makes sense. Basically, we don't have a traditional, like, child... No, I think we do actually have a parent-child relationship, because, like, what if I want to move a house that contains things? Okay, we can do that. Can be parented to a subchunk and each other. Entity parents only apply transforms. No other logic. Subchunks are all loaded at once and can communicate more directly. And I don't think subchunks cannot be recursive. Yeah. Or cannot be children of. Okay, so now we have the concept of, like, a subchunk. A subchunk might be, like, the inside of a person's house. And so when you walk up to the house, the whole house is loaded at once, and it's not split in some weird way. And that means, like, all of the objects in the house can communicate directly to each other of, like, or, like, they can have, like, a script attached to the subchunk that does logic. Let's say that as well. Subchunks can have arbitrary scripts. But entities can only have parameters to their existing logic. Because a subchunk is basically like, it's assumed that subchunks will be like unique, and each one will have its own bit of code that it needs, rather than being like reusable pieces like a switch or a character or an enemy or something like that. And then I think, how do I want to do entities? So let's say up a submenu, its parameters, and the ability to open it. The ability to edit it. Edit a entity. So let's say, let's do, let's say like saving a chunk alters the world, or like a free to recompile. Or let's say that. And let's say that could be in the background. Because basically, like, we're editing a chunk, and then we can save it, and then it'll, like, basically copy the chunk, and then, like, put that in the awk tree, and then figure out all the logic of, like, how to split up the objects, how to make the LODs, and stuff like that. And that can be done in a separate thread as we still continue to work. Okay, that would work. And then editing an entity. So yeah, an entity is much like a subchunk or a scene in Godot. So like can be composed of multiple entities, I guess. Wait, can they be? Do I want that? I don't think they can be. I think instead they can be like alterations. No, I think this is fine to have them of multiple entities. Like, because you might have like a laser entity that you want to add to like an object. Because I already have that. Like the player in the actual game has like a laser pointer on her gun. And then other NPCs also have laser pointers on their guns. And those are just the same scene. So I'd probably want the same concept in my entity system. Or I guess I'm being kind of unclear with my terminology, because entity does not mean this is an ECS. I'm just using entity as like the smallest piece of game. A thing that's put inside of a chunk and edited by components. And let's say... No, I think that's fine. Add entities or subchunks. Okay. An entity is much like a subchunk or a scene in Godot. It can be composed of multiple entities or extend an entity. And different parameters. And then I think a very common entity would be a would be a NPC spawner. Since we should not directly control the NPC, or since we should not directly place the NPC in the scene, in fact, maybe there should be some entities are marked as spawned. Okay, basically what this means is if we go back to the actual game, take your time. Okay. Basically, let's go back to At the Ends of Eras. NPCs are very tricky to handle in At the Ends of Eras because they simultaneously need to be controlled by things like the quest and the dialogue, but they also need to be placed into the scene somewhere. And so I basically have two conflicting ways of controlling the NPC, of like, do they load in with the chunk, or do they get spawned in by an entity? And so what I should do is just have it like, you know, when you grab, let's say, Razia, and you just put her in the world, this should not create, like, this should not literally, excuse me, add Razia into the world. It should create a spawn point for her. So now, when this chunk is loaded, it goes through all the normal spawn point logic of, like, should the NPC be somewhere else? Should they, or, you know, are they already following the player? And then if none of that's true, and it should spawn here, then we actually load in the entity. And instead of having some sort of special spawning node, what I should do is just have, like, the concept of placeholders as a general thing. Like, some entities are always placeholders, like NPCs. And so when you put them in the game, they always have that spawning logic. Okay, I think that makes sense. Let's say marked as spawning. And you put them in the scene as normal, which create... Yeah. The chunk creates a placeholder in the awk tree. The placeholder, the entity type. So yeah, the actual archive for the chunks, the awk tree. So this is like I guess this would have, like, the terrain height map, the layout of all the chunks, or the layout of the tree and all keys inside, the definition of every entity. And then data assets are stored in a separate file. And so it's basically like, if in Godot, scenes and resources were stored as two separate files rather than in one PCK. Which, for me, in my mind, makes sense, because you're generally not editing the... Oh yeah, and we don't have coats and stuff working. I kind of just want to see Razia. It's been so long since I've played video game. Can we even... Oh yeah, we can get up there. Hello, Razia.
Oh yeah, special menus are still kind of broken. Saving the game is also broken. Actually, that... we can just do that there. Basically, saving the game does not do anything. Or saving the game used to return a Boolean, now it doesn't. But okay, very exciting. That was our cool gameplay. I should also figure out how do I quickly test the game without having to go through making, like, you know, spending a year and a half making this massive editor thing. Or do I just make the massive editor thing for the hell of it? Because I think now... we need more about the entities. So, like, entities consist of... sub-entities. The sub-entities can be... so let's say... I guess that's fine. Be made in file or from a separate file. Yeah, that's fair. Each subentity transform or potentially a like bone constraint. Well, no. The bone constraint would be like just a component on the entity. So like a mesh, collision, so I guess like physics, body. What are all the components that we would need? We need like, I don't know, bone constraint. Transform. Automatically by hierarchy. Etc. So yeah, it's a very Unity system. Yeah, that makes sense to me. And so, like in, well, basically the reason I want this object component system is because, one, I like it a lot more than having like inheritance for things, and it would make it easier to add behaviors to things rather than like having to change the hierarchy of things in Godot and like, you know, you add or you have to create a parent of the object that's a physics body if you want physics on it now, and then like add children to the component so that way you can actually edit or like, yeah, like to add new behaviors in an easily composable way. You have to add like a child node that has the behavior. But then when you bring the entity into another scene, you can't edit the sub-children or you can't edit the child objects. It gets complicated. It gets annoying. So I think this is good enough. And then a resource. So an entity has several resources. Or like... so yeah, components can have several resources. Which are built and edited separately. Okay, now we need to edit a resource. Tool. So like Actually, I still think it would be really nice to use Blender as much as possible for like editing scenes. Because, you know, for example, in my in Kitty Found a Camera, my other game, the whole world is one big Blender file. And that's very convenient for editing because Blender has a bunch of tools and I can just add models to the world when I need them. Rather than having to go through the process of like, you know, going to Blender, making the model, exporting the model, bringing that into the scene. But then again, I kind of need to do that anyway, and I wind up having to do that basically all the time. Because if we go back to Blender, and we go to, say, World, anywhere we have double dollar signs. So we do have quite a few things that aren't. Yeah. We do have plenty of bespoke objects, but then there's a lot of things that have these dollar signs. And these dollar signs mean that I actually have a scene in Godot that this object will be swapped with in the future. Or like when we import. And so I guess the question is, in my mind, do I still want the workflow of editing this whole level in Blender rather than just editing it in Godot or my custom editor? And the big reason I wouldn't want to use the custom editor is because I'd have to make the custom editor. I think what I could do is I could make a very simple... I think I should try my hand at making my editor. So resources are edited in the appropriate tool, meshes in at modeler. Etc. Then resources are imported. Configuration, like generating. I know what it is. From a source asset. Example, models, animation, or like a mesh. File. Asset. Okay. I've been thinking about this for a while, of like, what is the difference between like data that's loaded into the game and an asset? And I think what it's going to be is I can generate as many assets as I want, or as many resources as I want from one asset. So like here exactly, like the mesh collision shape library are all from a GLTF file. And we can also have a sub-scene, or scenes and things like that can come from assets. Assets. So for example, a character could be transform hierarchy. Okay. So the transform hierarchy and properties a 3D scene. Okay. And basically every resource would track what asset it's or like what asset it came from. And entities track they come from. So this is basically facilitates hot reloading by listening to the file. Enables a click to edit feature. Okay. Basically what it would be is like, if I'm in Godot, and I'm like, Razia's eyebrows are too small. So I click on her eyebrows, and it's like, this is a resource from this asset. So then it's like I click to edit the asset, and then it opens up Blender and gives me the file that I need. Okay. I think this makes sense. So basically, from every asset, I can create like an entity or not create an entity. So basically, it's like I have a scene like this for every asset. But here, for example, there's things like I have to export a scene, I'm pretty sure. But I could have it be like, well, I'm not going to export a scene. I'm just going to export the meshes or materials or animations or something like that. And the rest of this file can be ignored. Okay. That makes sense. And then I also want various ways of viewing the data as well. Like I want to be able to like see lines between things that have signals connecting them. Which I think, how do I want to do signals as well? Oh yeah, also code is considered an asset. Or a script. And because this game will not use actual GD script, it'll use D. So it'll actually just track like where in the source code this object is defined, and then I can click it, edit it, the same way as everything else. Which will be tricky to make, because D is not actually designed to require this. But I guess it'll work. Okay, so I think I have a pretty good idea of how I want the editor to work. And so, yeah, an asset can have, for example, or like resource mesh. So mesh at different LODs. Well, I guess, yeah, that's fine. Okay, so like a proof of concept editor. I'm thinking components required. So we'd have like player, controller, mesh, collision, And then we would have chunks and subchunks. So small world with tiny like 5x5x5 chunks, or like tree leaves. We can float between things. And let's say we'd also need like a UI component or some sort. That's going to be an issue. I don't know how to actually do UI in this system. Let's actually move this to its own thing. New file. Proof of concept. Okay. Say physics body. Let's say just static or kinematic. Because I actually don't need to have proper rigid body simulation in this game for now. Okay, so my proof of concept, let's say it is cool game. You are a shape and you move around obstacles to reach another shape. Shape, you win. And so, yeah, we'd have all of our components that we need. I think for UI, I probably just interface directly with Godot, or I just program it. How do we do UI? For now, just program directly against Godot API. Chunks and subchunks. So small world with tiny 5x5 tree leaves, terrain. So let's say things we need. Entity editing. And then like resources and assets. Shapes and meshes from GLTF. And then goals. So editing experience. View the world, edit chunks, subchunks, edit entities, and then also hot reloading. So like ability to reload code. Load models. Update UI. That would be good if we could figure that out. I'm gonna do one more bathroom break, and then I'm gonna figure out if I want to start on this proof of concept now. But okay, back soon. It's 4 p.m. and it's already getting dark here. I love winter. But okay, let's see. Looks like we're starting the Nier Automata soundtrack. Is this... Okay, there we go. Now I can hear it ever so slightly. But okay, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to just dive into making an editor. But first things first, what I need is the actual engine that we'll be using. GitHub. Hopefully my GitHub, it's not signed in. Cool. I love GitHub and how it signs me out every single, like, 15 seconds. Oh, well, I don't think we really need that. Because I think it's called Night Street GD. Somewhere in here. I have too many things. Input NP options. Okay, cool. Hang on. I need my fucking password safe thing. Okay, and I think my phone here will work with this. Oh, wait, also, I'm going to close the door here. To my room. Okay. Hide that so you don't see my cool login information. Let's see. It's a hassle because they also have, like, they required like double authentication. I mean, I get that my Godot or my GitHub repo is important, so it does make sense, but like my fucking, like, bank account doesn't even have... Well, my bank account does actually require me to log in every time. Okay. Now what I can do is I can go to repositories. We can search through my actual full list of repositories, which should have GD Night Street. There we are. And then we'll git clone that. Oh yeah, also, good news, I cleared up like 600 gigabytes of storage. Well, like, it was like 700, but I've somehow already used 150 gigabytes on my other drive. Okay, so now I should be able to... Let's go... Close that. Basically, I'm going to be reinventing the game. Oh wait, I just realized if we... Are we in the right place? I guess we're in the right place. It's basically... Yeah, okay. Basically, the project here is just a separate repo, though. Okay, so we need to import 1605 Night Street. Or is it GD Night Street? GD Night Street. Import. So we should be able to... Okay, here we are. I think this should work. We just compile this. Doesn't this... Hang on. How does this not work? Okay. We should be getting PM Street, whatever it is. Did this work? Creating the object to force build, rebuild. Okay, so we should have now, if we go back to here, not file access exists path, return that. Okay, pmstreet.gd extension doesn't exist. Oh, and that's because if we go to here, let's see, D16. So yeah, this will be just our, like, the actual game itself will consist of the Godot, the DLL, and one scene, which is this scene, called Game. And we will never open Godot again in this scene. Well, actually, I'll use it for tools and stuff. In fact, I might just edit the tools in here, like create the tools inside of Godot. But okay, Night Street. So where's our DLL? Should be in native. Oh, it's called game.dll. Why did I do that? Shouldn't it be called, like, shouldn't the name of this thing be something different? Configuration GD extension, target type dynamic library, source file that. How do we run this thing? Actually, I'm too dumb to figure this out. Main.d. So we have Godot native library called EOE native. That. No, wait, no, I'm stupid. This is the wrong folder. Because now we're using this. Okay, close that completely. Native. Okay, and here is what I actually need. Huh. Interesting. Error linking stib Godot script to hash blah. Oh, I bet you it's because my yeah, this looks like D or like Godot D stuff. So what I need to do is go to where do I need to go again? We're using the wrong thing here. Hang on. I need to go back to Godot D-lang. How do I run this stupid thing again? Okay, I think we can just do this when we go to CD, C, Tools, Godot, bin. Which one of these is actually the one that I need? I think probably editor, well, probably the one that was built like this year. And this is slightly out of date. Okay. And that has a little thing on the corner. You can't see it, but it was busy. Okay, and then what we can do is we can do this. And actually, I'm going to move this build here. Okay, I guess I won't move it until we do this. There we go. And now, it opened in the wrong thing. Hang on. Thank you, Notepad. Okay, so we're going to move to CD native, CD back. Okay, let's see if this works. Nope, it doesn't work. How does this not work? Do we need some sort of library here that I'm not figuring out? How did this work on Linux but not here? So we have our Git dependency, and it's depending on the latest version here. Dependencies, should be doing that. Dub fetch, clone. So yeah, we've generated the bindings now. And I don't think we need any sort of... Yeah, I don't think there's any issue here. Entry symbol that. Let's close this. We don't need to save anything there. But okay, I guess I should explain what this is. So basically, the game is going to be split into two DLLs. One is going to be what's the GD extension DLL, since that can't be reloaded while the game is running. And that will manage things like, it'll basically reload our game when we want to recompile the game. And so that way I can recompile the game while it's running. So we have to have two DLLs plus the Godot executable. A bit annoying, but I don't care that much. And then basically, the game actually will have this interface platform, which will just have things like print, print error, etc. And that way, the game does not know anything about GD extension. It just knows our platform. And actually, we should just have... I guess this is fine. But yeah, now the issue is, for some reason, it's not building. And I think it's because there's some issue with dynamic libraries, I think. So yeah, we got a lot of linking errors. And I think these are repeating the same things. I'm gonna see if my language works. So if we go to like LSP. Okay, good. This is at least, like, kind of working. I don't think it quite works, though, because I don't think I can do, like, this. Go to definition. Oh, I can. Cool. Okay, so the server knows where all of this stuff is. How do I fix this then? What happened? Why is this not working then? What is this? Like, loading on Windows? And let's just do that, and then build again. No, so that didn't work at all. We're still having the same issues with these linked libraries that are missing. So unresolved external symbols. Is it because we're using a specific compiler? Which one are we using, actually? Because I know I've had issues in the past where, like, if it uses LDC, that doesn't work well. Let's do, like, dub specific compiler. Oh, wait, whoops. RDMD, force RDMD instead of directly invoking the compiler, compiler equals value. So I'm going to do DMD. See if that works. And if not, I can try LDC. But okay, now hopefully it'll work. Oh wait, no, it's the same thing though, isn't it? Oh, well now it works. Fuck me. Also, hang on. EXPs, or we should not have... Go to git ignore. I guess git ignore here. Cached star.exp. Working on Windows. But okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, so LDC was causing issues. Wait, no, it wasn't. This is the same fucking compiler. What? Who knows? For some reason, DMD is different from the explicitly chosen DMD. But okay, now... Oh. Oh, I see. I accidentally deleted the .godot folders, and it didn't like that. Okay. But now, game loaded. Yay. Back to square one. So now what I want is the ability to add components into the game world, and that's going to require a new scene. So let's call this, like, entity editor. And so what we'll have is a panel container, B box container, label. This is our entity. And then how do we edit this thing? I guess we won't need that for now. Oh wait, hang on. We don't need this embed game on next play. We don't need that. Because what it's going to be instead is... Okay, this seems fine. And actually what I might have is just... We can start the game, and we can switch to the editor at any time, maybe. Okay, but I think what I'll do first is let's write the code to test this. So like game, main, function like our void test, like let's say create test scene. And we'll have like, let's say like var or like auto test equals entity. Mesh component like, I don't know, sphere. Or actually, let's say like, Basically, what I want is to create a test scene. And so we'd have like a sphere in the center, the ability to rotate the camera around the sphere, and then properties of the entity. I guess it would be basically the same as typical objects. So like, maybe there'd be a hierarchy and a little panel here to like, Okay. I'm seeing it. We have a hierarchy. We can click items like we can normally, and then here's going to be object properties. Or like components, etc. Or we'll just have it be the same as in Godot normally. And we'd have like the components over here. And then these can both be closed or something. Let's have like a little window. And these should not be native. I hate Godot's windows so much. I hate that they changed how these work. Like, can I add like a panel inside of a like a V-box in here? Okay, and can we have this be like resizable? I won't bother with this for now. That's not important. What's important is having like a panel, then a button, then another panel. These should be panel containers. And then also a control here. And I'll show my mad machinations, excuse me. So layout here. There we are. Actually, can we put like a split? Okay, well, this doesn't actually do what I want. There we go. How does this not work? I see. We need another split container. How do I want to do this, actually? I want, like, the ability to resize these panels like this. Here. I see. It's just a fucked up size. Okay, there we go. Basically what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. There, that's what I wanted. Change the type of this. H-split container. Okay. So now we have the ability to, like, specify in a very roundabout way a little narrow band. This sucks so bad. I should just not do that. Just have these sized. Have this, like, parented to the left side. We can't, like, we can't sit here forever trying to figure out how to make a panel look good. Boom. Now it looks fine. So this is going to be, like, tree panel. This is going to be components panel. Free. Okay. And then this will be, I guess, a V box. Because, yeah, this should be a bit simpler than Godot's. Well, I guess not substantially simpler. But okay. And that means that, I want a new interface here. Okay. How do we create an entity? Let's just have a very simple class here. Class, or like struct entity, struct component. This will have like component list components. Now, how do we make the components? I didn't think this through very well. But okay, let's go back to design, or like, yeah, design. Object component system. Because it might actually be a proper entity component system, kind of. In that we just have, like, add component, test. I guess that's fine. Have like auto world equals world. So test equals like world dot add entity. Okay. And you know what? This will have world pointer world. Okay. So lots of complicated stuff going on. We're basically going to have a world, and it's going to have a function called create entity. And we're going to have, like, this. And then, like, some sort of list of components. And right now we don't actually need any sort of, We don't even need the world right now. Well, maybe we do. Yeah, we do, for now. So, auto E equals new this, wait, no, we don't need a new entity. This entities.length. Okay. Oh yeah, and then we return E. Or no, we return, we should actually return a pointer. No, we don't actually need to do that at all. Okay. An entity is literally just an integer, and we just set an ID. What's the malfunction here? Not callable using types ulong. Then cast uint. There we go. So the world has a list of entities. And for each entity, or we can just create an entity like that, and then we'll have like void add component. The type of the component will be whatever it is, and then we'll have like entity E. Let's say that. Key component. I need to look up my other folder. No, that's not what I need. 14. Tech and tools. Lantana. I had like the start of an ECS system here. Repo. Oh, wait, no. Wait, where the hell is this edited from? Is this like a loose thing? No, it isn't. Source. Game. Lantana. Didn't I have some sort of thing in here? Types? I must have cleared up. I must have cleaned house there. Hang on. Go back to GitHub. Needleful. Go to my repo, go to Lantana, and also skip this song. And also this song. I don't like this one either. There we go. I think this is the one that I want. Source Lantana ECS. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Okay. How does this work exactly? Clear, update this. We can get system, type up to index system. Okay. You know what? I'll just steal this whole thing. Because basically, the system here is a manager has a group of systems. A system... Oh, this is actually not the thing. That's a fake thing. Let's have a struct mesh system. And we'll just have like a void for now. Or like... Yep, sorry, I skipped a meal. So for now, I'll just have this, like, test info. Admittedly, there's too much magic going on with this. Yeah, that's too complicated for now. I won't have that. So static mesh component sphere. And then like float radius. So we'll have C dot test format. Okay. And what is the issue here? I guess we'll just do... Let's have... So, there should be a list of components, I think. For now, I'm just going to do add mesh component. Well, actually, let's just have for now, like, mesh component entity. Mesh components. Ooh, this is going to be tricky. Because what if we have multiple mesh components for an entity? I need to lower the volume of this because it's going to distract me. Epic music is not good for, like, in the thick of code. Okay, so I'm thinking, how do I want to do this? So, like, let's do a static if is t component equals mesh component, else static assert 0 defined component type, or not a component type, t component string of, and we'll just do false there. Okay. So let's just say mesh components e equals components. So yeah, distinctly, well, I guess it's fine if an entity can only have one component of each given type. Basically, you just have to add a sub-entity, which is kind of annoying if you just want multiple meshes on an object, but it's fine for now. But okay, let's see if this actually builds, first of all. Not quite. Semicolon following struct definition? Wait, what does that mean? Oh, I see, okay. I did something wrong. Oh, I see. No, wait, no, I don't see. There we go. Okay. I do see. Indentation has failed me. Maybe they were right about sensitive white space. So no property add component for type world. Component. Okay, I see. Almost. D Hastings, app data, local, blah, DLL not found or not built. Creating library, game.lib. Oh, I see. I don't see actually. Because the DLL should be unloaded. Oh, but if the... Okay. I think I actually need to close out of the application. So I've somehow made the hot reloading situation worse right now. I think I could kind of fix it by unloading... Let's see. If we exit the tree here, I think what we can do is game.unload. Okay, that does work. So that way, at the very least, when it leaves the tree, we unload that. Okay, so we got the game loaded, and then I don't think it'll actually unload until we actually close out of this. Like that. And then I think now what I can do is I can build again. Which won't actually do anything until we, like, update something, like, go back to main. And if we did like that. Okay. Now, basically, I don't have to close out of Godot, I just have to close out of the currently... Like, I have to close out of this when the game is loaded. But okay. Now what we need is the ability to click on an object in the scene to edit it. Which I think for now... Actually, we don't really need that right now. What I'm going to do instead is, like, a void examine object... or examine entity, and we'll have like a UI box, like a entity view. And this will be something where we have like import platform.ui. So basically now this is a thing that we're going to have. So add label. I think that means an entity should probably have... You know what? Let's just have these have names. We don't need like a name component. This is just going to be for like, I guess for the purpose of editing. In fact, let's have that here as well. And eventually this will matter, but for now... Let's call it like editor. Interface UI box. So yeah, I'm creating a lot of code, but right now, what I want is basically when we start this scene, we will create the test world, and then we will add this box as like an entity that we can view. And so we'll clear this, we'll do like a var e, or like if not, Right now, so we need to examine an entity. It would be like TE. We actually need this to be, let's just have like a alias ID equals UNs. Okay. So we'll have, first of all, that. Okay, so we got our entity. And then what we'll do is, how do we get the components of a thing? And let's just say, like, if e.id in world.meshes. Entity view.add label mesh. Info test info. Okay. Lots and lots of stuff. Oh, right. And we're just going to call this test. So now the real question is, how do we get this info to here? I think what it would be... Tricky. Basically, my goal is I want to start up this scene. And even though we don't have the actual entity right now, I want it to, at the very least, populate this and populate, like, I guess populate the tree here eventually. But for now, at least, populate this with the test data from D. So yeah, the question is now, how do we get that information? Either get the request from Godot into the native engine, or the opposite way. And I think the way that we do that is we can get some debug stuff. So we have like class Godot platform. We're going to do interface editor UI. Or let's say like entity editor. And this will have like a UI box get editor, or like window. No, entity view. There we go. Okay, I see how to do this now. And we'll also have public import platform UI. So we'll have like bool is editing, bool, or no, entity view, get entity view. So this is only valid when editing. And that, oh, entity, no, this should be called, well, yeah, I think that's fine. Entity editor. Okay. And that needs to be in basically, so if we go to dynamic library, no, if we go to GD extension main, we should now have a property on this. So this, at property bool, editing. Or like, let's say editor scene. Okay. This will be good. And this should be false by default. Let's close both of these. Okay, not quite working. Bool is editing. Ah, okay, I see. Let's say this here will be like, I think it should be when we enter the tree. pl.editing. Okay. Because we'll have like bool editing. Like that. And we don't need anything crazy here. And then we also need, what the heck's it called? Don't need that anymore. Entity view, something like that. Get entity editor. Actually, what we need here Bool editing this. Bool p editing. And I think we can actually do like this in D. Okay. Actually, we're gonna need this will be a Godot entity editor. There we are. A lot of stuff will need to be duplicated. Oh, wait, no. That's not how this works anymore. New Godot entity editor. There we go. And this will probably need to be done... Why don't we do this? When we enter the tree, equals this, new Godot platform, editor scene. Okay. And now basically, like, if we go to the entity editor, we need a game here as well. Which hopefully doesn't crash Godot. Oh, it did. Okay. Why did it crash Godot? I think it's probably because this should not be here. This should be... Oh, this will be tricky. I think what we might want is actually not to have this here. Instead, what we would have is like get tree current scene. And what I should do for now is probably not load anything. So we could do like that for the time being. Actually, we should keep that there. Alright, how does this, Oh, I see. Right, because these are nested comments. Okay, well that's fine. So for our kind of safe mode, build that again. Almost. Oh yeah, UI box entity view. For now, just returning null. Okay. Because now we do not have the game here. We're going to have... So... Hopefully this doesn't crash Godot again. It did, okay. Issue. But why is there an issue? What could possibly be causing a crash now? We're not even, like, doing anything here. Maybe game.unload is doing something wrong. So if library do that, DLL start equals null. That seems fine. Did we not? Oh yeah, we didn't. It didn't actually build, did it? entity editor because it's not an L value. Okay, so it is failing still. 27. Why 27? Oh. And editor that, and then we didn't actually implement this. Almost. This game of type dynamic library does not have a Boolean value. I guess we just ignore that. Do that again. Okay. And now it should not fail. Because now we're doing nothing. And basically now what we need is something... Yeah, how do we do the game world? Because we shouldn't actually load... I know what it is. This is only done in the actual game. Otherwise, it's not done. And so what we do is if engine, so not engine dot hint, and then we still have this actually at export, or no, at property bool editor scene. Okay. Purpose editing. Oh yeah, we don't do that anymore. Because now it's actually inside of here where we set this. Try to build again. Undefined identifier engine, right. We need probably, I'm assuming, import Godot engine. Okay. So now we can check if we're in the editor. And so if we did this, loaded that up, we should be printing... we should have been printing... Yeah, because I should have done the DLL start. Like, so if this is not an end... DLL start here... So right line debug starting DLL, print... I mean, we should assume that this is true. Because if it's not, we're in a lot of hurt. Let's call it that, actually. For now, I'll ignore this. We may need the entities to have names in the future. But okay. Now I need to figure out why the game isn't starting up and why this DLL start isn't being called. I guess what I can do is I can do dl.print. Can actually have this. Oh wait, we need this here still. for the sake of debugging. So I'll have that else. We'll have like a pl.print game inactive. Okay, so now if we close this, it should have done something, because we have the inner tree here. So why is this not working? Because it should be saying, well, first of all, there should be a process here. Are we not building correctly? So GD extension is built. I guess let's quit and restart. Because yeah, I should be seeing, for example, the like editor scene here. There we go. That's exactly what I want to see. And then we can add another game here. And this should also be in the edit, or this should be in the editor scene. And then what I can do is, if we go to here, DLL main. So let's say if p dot is editor scene. Wait, what is it called actually? Let's go back to platform. Is editing. Where the hell are we? There's so much stuff. We don't need that. Okay. We'll do p.print editing game. Else print loaded. And now what I can do is I can come into here and it should say editing game. You go to here, game loaded. Wrong thing, which is interesting. Why is that the case? Because this shouldn't cause any issues, I don't think. So it must be because the editing is not properly happening. So if we have bool editing... Oh... Okay, that makes sense. Simple user error. But okay. Now anytime we start the game, we load this game DLL, and that also means it's much simpler, and then when we go to debugger, editing game. And then if we go to the actual game, what we'll find is it does that. And so now we have the ability to seamlessly swap between things, or now we have the ability to have an editor that interfaces with Godot and the other thing. And now we're going to need some hokey things. So let's go to platform. Let's go to GD extension, new file, module GD extension UI, import platform UI. Okay. Import platform, import GD extension. UI. And I think here we'll also need this kind of we'll probably need actually Godot dot control. What if we have just a, So we can have game here, but actually, what if we don't have that there? What if we instead had an editor? And we don't really need these right now. So we'll have like class editor, script node. Let's say game editor. Oh wait, but this is going to be an issue because we actually want it to interface. What if we inherit from game instead? And then have that as editor. And then we'll have like platform or Godot platform default platform. And all we'll do here is that. And we'll have like property node path. There should be like editor path, or no, like entity editor. See if that works. Module Godot.control must be imported with import Godot.control. Okay, I see. I'm losing my mind. Okay, so now instead of having this here, we should be able to have a game editor. No, we can't. Project reload project. And what I want is the ability to then like specify a specific node that we can get. So like we do game editor. Interesting. Thank you, Godot. Is it because we don't have this scriptable anymore? Maybe we need like... Can we interface? So if we did like so make Godot types class instead of struct. Since D scripts are all classes, it seems nothing stops from making emitter. Hmm. Okay, I'm not sure how to use interfaces, and I'm not sure what exactly the issue is, because for some reason, this class is no longer being gotten here. So you know what, I'll just do... Let's just remove this. We'll just copy the thing. A little code duplication never hurt anybody. I can, like, consolidate this into a thing. Let's see if that works. Okay. Okay, in Godot editor, game inactive, and then we can add game editor. Boom, right there. We have game editor in place. We can now open this up, and it has this. I don't see the properties that were supposed to be here. Oh, right, but that's because I didn't have them anymore. At property node path, path. Or like, let's say, let's say entity control. So basically, we'll eventually have the ability to now, like, much more conveniently update things like that. So hopefully the properties here, I think, for some reason, like, I was really hoping that when they said they improved this, that they had, like, actually improved it. Where, like, you would be able to, like, see the properties when they are reloaded and stuff like that. But that's okay. It only takes several seconds each time. But okay, now we can do, for example, like that. So that now gives me the ability to, like, set a control here, and now in the editor, or in the native code, I now know where this entity control is. And that gives me powers. So let's actually have this be a little bit different. So we're going to do like bool the editor key editor. And basically we'll return int editor not or is not null. I guess not is null. Ah, I see. Because yeah, now we need this, and we can actually have this equal to no. And then we could have like Godot platform new, Godot entity editor control. And we'd have like node path, node. Or node path like entity control. Void, no, this node path p control control equals p control. Okay. Class Godot box is a UI box. And this will have a control here. And we'll have like void clear, void, add label. For, how do we do that actually? New int I equals control.get children dot size. I is greater than 0, I minus minus. Control dot remove child control child at I. I guess this can be get child count. Okay. And this should actually be -1, and this should be greater than or equal to 0. Okay. Get child at. I think it's get child, actually. Okay, a little bit better. And then we have add label. So label L equals, let's do that in import Godot label. And we can actually do, so in the entity editor, we will return void. I guess this will just be var, or like Godot box. And we actually don't even need that because we just do box equals new Godot box. Entity view box. Label L equals label of text. I think it's new label L.text equals text. How do we create things here? I'll add child L. Try that. Okay. So this node path, the path control equals get find node the path. Okay, hopefully that all works. Almost. Cannot implicitly convert expression new label of type label pointer to label. Actually, can we make this a struct? So if we did label here. Yeah, because they're not classes, they're structs. I think. And this is not find node, it's get node. Okay, what are the other things? So this node path is not callable using argument types Godot box. Oh, that's because this needs to be p control. Oh, and then none of the overloads for text are callable using string because this actually needs to be GS text. Or, I guess just string text. There, no, wait, almost. Undefined identifier get node. Oh, because we need to actually use the control here. Oh, right. Right, so this actually... Where do we get this editor? I think this needs to be control the control. And then here instead we just do control equals p control. In fact, does it even need to be an actual... I don't care. I'll figure that out. Basically, that means now when we do entity control here, that's where we do this. Go to definition of node. Go to definition of node path. Okay, so we can do that at least. Let's go to the definition of control. Thank you, Godot. Okay, but let's see how we can actually cast from a thing to a thing. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, now my real challenge will be how do we cast to a thing? So let's go back to code. Let's go to the examples. Do they ever cast to a thing? On Ready Player Area 3D. Okay, we do. I knew that there is a cast here, so we can just do as or get node dot as control. I think we just do that. Okay, there we are. And then what I can do is we're getting a little bit closer. So now we have that. And I think what I want to do is go to... So do we have main here? Or DLL main? If we go to... So yeah, we've got that. Import main. So now what I'm going to do is, if we're editing, we will try our create test scene with the platform. And actually, that means we should probably have this here as like a shared. Okay, let's try that. Active platform equals blah. So let's create test, or like, yeah, edit test scene, let's call it. Well, create test scene, and then we can examine entity 0. Let's see if this works. Almost. Of type platform to shared platform. Ah, I see. Let's just not... I don't know if that's actually the correct thing there to have shared. So I'll just call it platform. And hope that works. Examine entity not callable on argument of type int. Oh, right. What we're going to do here actually now is we can do view or UI box view equals active platform dot editor or get entity editor dot what does the entity editor have that we need here? Entity view. And I guess, I mean, this is a... Hang on. We don't really need get here. We're just going to do entity editor. Okay. So now, after many trials and tribulations, we should have just some text on the corner. Almost. Is it? It's taken a bit. It didn't work. Why did it not work, though? And it didn't even print the error here, which is interesting. So let's try... What should we try? Did it even send... It didn't even send the debugger. So active platform, let's do... I'm just going to import standard IO. And then just write line here. Okay. So we should have create test scene examine entity. So what's the malfunction here? Maybe it's because we need to reload the project, but I don't think we do, because we're not even loading... Like, we didn't even change the DLL now. I wonder if it's because the entity is gone here. So, like, if we go to debugger here, maybe there's no entity. No, I don't see it. How do we debug now? That's going to be not fun to figure out. But we do really need to figure out how to debug. So yeah, how do we load DLL and attach debugger? Debugging symbols, you mean the same folder as the DLL, that's fine. I think the thing is going to be Visual Studio. So we're actually going to need, I guess, continue without code. Tools, Godot. And I guess I'll call it a day once I actually get this, like, test editor working. Because then I'll know that I can send information to and from Godot. So, Godot window editor, what exactly do I need here? Debug properties. Arguments, let's do, isn't it like path, C, no, wait, no, now it's D, 16, jams, 05, Jack 4, GD, Night Street, that. So this should bring up a gray scene. Oh, wait, hang on. Exited with code 1. Specified. Invalid blah specified. Okay, so we need this, maybe. Can't run. No main scene defined in the project. Well, that's better. So I guess for now, let's set this as the main scene. So now we can do a little bit. Okay, good. Couldn't map PC to function name. Okay. So program crashed. Dumping backtrace, please include this when blah. So DLL main, DLL start. Create mesh component sphere. Format. Ah, okay. It's literally just the formatter. Begs the question as to why this didn't work. But okay, what is the bug then? The bug is that. That was the bug. Everything else, perfectly okay. That, though, crashed the game, no stack trace. I mean, at least it's pretty easy to see what happened. I just have to run it through Visual Studio. But okay. Now we're getting a little bit better. I mean, admittedly, there's some weird things here. I don't get it. Oh, is it because we're clearing children from a scene before it's actually done? I get it. We actually need ready here. So when we do DLL start, so I think now we need to start making our new thing. So like, let's do void DLL ready. Or like game start or something like that. Or game ready. Let's say post load. So yeah, if active platform okay, so when we get a dynamic library, we should be able to do, let's do like void ready here. Alias void function equals... Oh, wait, no. We actually don't need that. Extern C void function DLL ready. Or I guess game ready. You know, let's just say DLL post load. Well, initialize post load. Let's say that. And then we can have like at method void ready game post load. And we do kind of need like well, this is fine. Say starting DLL or initialized. Okay, let's save that, close that. So yeah, we'll have post load run when we actually start the game and we're in ready, because I think that was causing issues when we cleared the thing. And in fact, we may need to defer it again, but that's fine. I think this is correct now. So we dub build here. No. Oh, right, because initialize and post load are things that I need still. So yeah, now these need to be called initialize and post load. Okay. And hopefully there's no duplicates of initialize and post load. Doesn't look like it. Good. Okay, so now we should be able to run it here. We still got a lot of things that are causing issues. So yeah, remove child is causing problems. I'm not sure why. Parameter p child is null. Okay, I see. So for some reason we're not getting the children here. I guess we could call deferred on it. Wait, no. Why do we have... This doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I have no idea why it would be like... Why this would be in an infinite loop. Because, yeah, we have... Oh, because this... While I is greater than or equal to... Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, it does make sense, because we got that. Okay, that was the issue. It was letting me compare that without warning. Which is an issue. Okay, yeah. The simple bug was... That was -1, but then it was uint, so it was wrapping around. And so because we had 70 quadrillion, quintillion, numbers. Well, no, we were at like 4 billion. Okay, now it shouldn't have to go through every integer. Okay, a little bit better. POSIX terminate. Please include this one, blah. D assert message, D bind pointer call, method pointer call. Okay. Set text. We aren't getting set text. That's great. Okay, so it seems what's happening is if we do text here, go to definition. Oh, wait, no, wrong thing. Go to definition of the label. Thank you for not going to the definition of label, Godot. Thank you. Alright, so that means I need to figure out where these are stored again. I think it's some fucked up place like app data, like roaming app data in like dlang. Maybe it's program files actually. Or is it code D? No. No, that's the server. Which shouldn't be in there either, but that's neither here nor there. Maybe, I think I have this here. No, is it program files? Maybe it's local. There it is, dub, packages. Got a lot of packages here. We need Godot dlang. This one? And then I think there should be like source Godot. No, that's not what we need. I mean, it kind of is. Basically, we have this assert message. So it's D API bind pointer call, which is in D API bind. I mean, presumably what happened is 260. Yeah. So string called on, so method called on a null reference. Static if, not is instance of, method static MB. Okay, so it should have said the assertion message somewhere in here. And I guess that's just not being printed. For some reason. But okay, basically that just means the label is null. Which is an issue, because I was hoping that this would create a thing. How do we create a thing? Do we create things in here? Do we just instantiate a thing? Yeah, because we just get packed scenes here. Velocity, okay, so we don't create anything there. Maybe in the player? No, I don't think so. Let's see, hopefully some creation here. Because yeah, I think what it is creating a label like I have done is incorrect. Because that basically just creates an empty struct with no reference to an actual like backing label. Yeah, and here we have that right line, print blah, variant v equals variant that. So they can create variants, but I don't need to create a variant. I need to create a node. Hmm. And I know in C, there was a mem new, I think, operation. So create node. Let's look up like how to create nodes. Can't make texture from an image. Let's see if this works. Warning, ready, invalid image, null. Problem is, implicit cast of ref container to a plain resource type. What is happening is that calls such as create image from data returns a ref counted resource and immediately is released. Okay. Okay, so what they have there is that animated sprite 2D hmm. Okay. So node null. Let's see if that is an issue that's been found here. So user written scripts not registered to the GC, leading to confusing memory corruption. Using import C, make Godot types, blah. Yeah, I'm thinking, how do I... Let's just look up node. How do we create a node? Binding generator. Yeah, because all of these bugs are basically just... Or this crash is just because the label is null, and that's because creating a struct I don't think actually is what we need. User written scripts not registered to the GC. Yeah, I don't know how to create a thing. How do we create a reference? Oh, so I'm gonna say hi to my brother. He's back. Alright, I'm back. Just said hello real quick. And he found a half of an avocado on our welcome mat, which was strange. Somebody's leaving those there. So yeah, I'm going to let's just read through all of these, because I need to figure out if anybody's having this issue, or like if anyone has actually documented how to create a node in here. You know, I'm going to look up like Godot Rust. And I'm going to use their documentation to try to figure out how to actually allocate things. Create. Allocate. Let's do Godot GD extension create node. This isn't going to really help. Yeah, I really wish the LSP could figure out where to go for these. Oh, it figures this out just fine. Oh, I know what it is. It's because the, yeah, there's still the issue classes, I think, is where this is. So if we go back up to, I think it's actually in this one. Maybe library? Gonna need to figure out, yeah, because the issue is this is not where the classes are compiled to. Patches, modules, miscellaneous, docs, additions, or add-ons? Huh. Okay. Let's say like API. Maybe like location or something. Okay, so generating these bindings. So run the binder. O tells it to override any existing bindings. I wish it said where these files are, because I have no idea. Like, does it say where these files are? Okay. No, that's not it. What if we tried label... so if we go to UI again, label text here. Then we try building. It should give us the error, which should give us a path. Source GD extension UI cannot implicitly convert text to GD object. Actually, can we? Hang on. Does that mean that we can actually do this? Cannot import or change that from there. So that still doesn't give us the actual, like, source location of this. Okay. It's in this folder. It's in dub packages Godot delang commit Godot delang. Why is it so deep? Why do we have 4 different names for this? Like, do I need this one still? I'm going to delete these 2. And hopefully that's not required. Godot delang classes. So why do we have this? Why do we have the same files in like 6 places? But okay, now I can maybe figure out, for example, a label. Should be under L for label. Yeah, I think the real issue is going to be how do we create an object? Like if we had like this. Okay. Static label new. Okay. Note, use mem new label. Okay, good. It told me. That's what I needed. There we go. Okay. So now I should be able to start. Phew, okay. Now we can get test and we can get the mesh. And then I think what I want is the ability to, you know, like programmatically do that. Well, I think the real thing, the next steps would be actually viewing a scene, like creating a scene, because now we have this thing here at this completely abstract position. And that's okay. But okay, now we can get information in and out of Godot. Or, you know, cross between the 2 things. We have our little interface for the platform, which has things like the editor, the boxes. And then I can quickly create things. Quickly, quote unquote. So, like, test showing property, or like, show information from native to Godot. Okay. A lot of code, but now I can create things in here, and I can have a little UI window that at least shows the test information. And then the next step is to make the rest of the video game. Yeah, let's put this in the actual to-do list. Because yeah, I'm going to switch between doing this technical stuff. So this is now going to be called Night Street. Night Street is our engine, basically. That's the wrong thing. I don't know how I even did that. Yeah, my goal is to eventually use it with new games, though for now, it's going to be designed around at the ends of eras. So, like, I won't add things if I think they'd be hypothetically useful, unless they're actually useful for the game. And then I can extend it once I use it for other games. Like, I did a very similar thing with my dialogue editor, where I made it for At the Ends of Eras specifically, and then I extended it when I decided to use it for another game. Yeah, so I think our next step is view models. So I think that'll be first of all, store a model on Godot's side, the visual server, I guess. Let's say this, store a mesh in the visual server. And I don't really need to generate a sphere, because it'd be much more practical to just, like, not have procedural geometry. So what I'll do is, like, load a mesh from a GLTF file. Store it there, and then, like, render the mesh. Let's say this, mesh component. Load that, store that, render that. Okay. Whew. That was a long stream. So I will consider that a success for now. We are able to communicate between these two things. And hopefully, as I work on it, it'll get easier. Because the whole point of this is basically to make a tool that makes it easy to make the game. But okay, let's push this. Oh wait, no, I already have that. I'm figuring out Git stuff. Yeah, have a good night. I also have a bunch of things here. Okay. A bunch of writing, and I have no idea why global.gd is different. Oh wait, no, I do know. Okay. It's kind of awkward because right now, Jak 4, or At the Ends of Eras, internally known as Jak 4 still, and this new Night Street system are two separate repos, even though they're like conjoined. But I'll eventually figure that out. I'll get those all merged together when the time is right. But okay, that'll be it for now. See you later.